Testing. You guys got me still? You have me? Can you hear me? Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Does it sound weird or echoey and shit like that? No, that's fine. All right, cool. So we're good to go? Which one? Oh, that one. Okay, cool. Hi, my name is Romon, and I'm a massage therapist. And I'm going to give you a little conversation today on taking care of yourself if you're working on a computer a lot. You know, a lot of people are always hurting, or have some kind of like tightness or whatever. And there's some really simple things that you can do. The first thing I'm going to talk about is what we do all the time, and that's walking in your gait. And a lot of times you'll see people and they're walking with their feet pointing out like this, or they're standing around like this, or they might even, or walk hard on their heels. Whenever you're stepping like this, what's actually happening is you're stopping every time that you take a step. And so it's going in and it's jamming right up into your back and your hips. And one of the side effects of just sitting a lot is your glutes become weak, or they call it dead butt or water butt, no side ass. It comes under a lot of different, there's a lot of different names. And so typically that means your muscles have become inactivated, and it'll be more so on one side than the other. They rarely do it at once. So you're kind of like stopping, and one side's already weak. So you're kind of like switching it even more, kind of like a Marilyn Monroe thing, or it's just like a really bad jerk, and so you develop a twist down here. And if you notice, in the summertime, there are a lot of people that have a scar right here. That's at surgery, and it's from a surgery where they just go and they numb, they go and they burn all the nerves down there. When in all actuality, you just have a muscle imbalance. So this is like my kind of like F you to the surgeons, like, hey, I'm gonna tell people how to keep you from cutting them. So this is what this is. This kind of like makes me happy. So one of the things, first of all, you can do is the basic oblique exercise. And I have a lot of lazy clients. They don't like to exercise at all, so I had to like get this movement down to the smallest as possible. So there is absolutely no easier way your body to the side, leading with your shoulder and your side, and you go back and up and go back. And what you're looking to do is feel the entire muscle on this side, because this goes from your rib cage down to your pelvis. And if you think about this, if you've never been exercising this muscle at all, every time you sit down, your body is pretty much collapsing to your side. So if you're sitting down 6, 8, 10 hours a day, and then you're playing on the computer after that, your body is kind of like shifting around. You work on a computer a lot? Okay, so check this out. Don't move. So you move. See how you see right here? This curve right here? This is a typical curve of somebody that's on a computer a lot. And notice right in here, the curve here. Most people don't think about this muscle. I just got these muscles recently. Like if you can't tell, I'm kind of like excited about them and shit. I was talking to a friend one time. I sat down on my couch, and my whole upper body just went to the side. Kind of freaked me out because I didn't think that was a normal movement. So I decided like to figure out what was going on, and so like I'm kind of like sharing it. So this extends your life, because like if you think about your spine, there's no support from bottom to top if you don't have this side area taken care of. There's other exercises you can do it, but like if you just do a couple of these here and there, it's like just rotating the body, and you're making that connection, and you're also learning to get awareness in your body, because when your muscles go inactive, what also happens is like you don't feel them anymore. You just like it's like they aren't even there. You know, a lot of times I can test people to see if their glutes are open, if their glutes are active, and I'll put them on their back and say, hey, squeeze your glutes. And like, they don't even know where they don't even know that part of the body exists. This happens a lot. There's a lot of people out there walking around, you know, you can even have a good looking butt, but it just may not be working. You know, so this is the process of like getting to the good part where you get your butt to work. But what happens first though is like this area keeps you more stable and it gives you more energy, because if you're collapsing to the side, any kind of body collapse is you're taking away from your lung capacity. And the main thing with this is avoiding surgery. You know, I've never had any clients, you know, I've been doing massage over 20 years. I've never had any clients tell me their doctor told them anything about supporting your body. And then something else that also happens too with people and this is just a personal observation, a lot of people that are weak in this area, anxiety is common. Anxiety is very common with weak abdominals because you have no support and your rib cage gets tight. And something else they aren't telling you about anxiety is it's like your fight or flight is going on all the time. So like if you aren't being able to take a proper breath, which happens when you don't have any support right here, you start breathing up here, so your breaths are out here. Your breaths are coming from your upper body, and your lungs, your breath can actually put on an adrenaline drip. So you're just having your normal day, and all of a sudden you're starting to get nervous, and you have no idea why. Then something happens, and it kind of freaks you out. And so that's from no support, and then your rib cage tightening up on your body over the years. And so this is just a physical manifestation of that. You know, this has nothing to do with all the mental shit that can be going on, but a way for you to have personal control over anxiety is controlling your breath, and that is bringing some stability to your torso. So another common issue with people that are working on computers is when everybody thinks about the abdominal work, they always think about it as the core. So it's just, they think of this area right here. Actually, the core is all the way around the body, and so you can lose strength all around your body. So you can have this area can be really strong. What happens? You'll get tight here, and you'll pull forward. So getting the strength all the way around. So a part that most people do not develop is right across right here. And so like what I'm doing with my clients that have anxiety or on a computer a lot is I'm having them stabilize the obliques, which are really big muscles on each side, and then hitting this area right across here. Now across here, right, coming from right here, there's a muscle, it's saw-shaped. It's called the serratus. And it comes back here and it pulls this area and it keeps this area stable. So if you stabilize this area right here, you've gone across here like this and like this. And so this see his posture right here? I'm not pointing out that there's a lot of people, you're just right there, man. You're just right there. And so what this does, this pretty much holds you up like this, and boom, when you have this area right here, it stabilizes the muscles across the top. And so here's another super exercise. So when you want to hit this muscle, it's any kind of punchy movement, like this. What I do throughout the day is, as you can see, I'm not totally ripped, so I just found out about this. I'm new to this information, and I'm sharing this shit. I'm not, I'm not Arnold Schwarzenegger or some shit like that. So right, with this movement right here, you can do this standing up against the wall or whatever. You come down, you do a push-up, and you pop back up. This extra pop is what hits the serratus. And that helps a lot. So those two movements. So what I've been trying to do is I've been working on this theory, the laziest way to get out of chronic pain. And so I'm thinking you know what? And so 8 is like a lucky number in the Chinese. So I picked 8. I said 8 inches. So I'm working on all these exercises that you don't have to move more than 8 inches. because there's some really lazy people out there. So even if you don't want to do a push-up, you can hold it like this and just do like this. You're under my rule of 8 inches, and you're doing yourself some good. Okay, does that make sense, everybody? Okay, can I have somebody come up and let me see you do the oblique exercise? You feeling muscular? Come on. Oh yeah, I'll come and just do this.
What you gonna want me to do?
Just lay on your back.
Lay on my back?
Uh-huh. And yeah, and do the oblique movement I was doing.
So?
You know,
What do you want me to do?
okay. That's why I pulled somebody out. I show people exercise and I have them do it, and they don't do anything like I said. And I'm like, I haven't taken any mushrooms, damn.
I saw you talking about butts earlier, so I still got the butts on the bottom.
Okay. All right, so you're going to go this way, and you're going to lean this way. Not so much head. Just lean your body this, back.
Yep.
Yeah, and then go the other way.
Like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, do you feel it all the way down here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, not as high. How's it look?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so check this out. All you have to do, you do not have to set aside time to do an entire workout. You can go, you can just like hit 2 in the best form possible, you know, every so often. So throughout the day, you know, you've done several. Throughout the month, you've done a lot. And at some point, these will get stronger, and you'll notice it when it clicks in because you'll start feeling more stable. And this is, you know, there are a lot of things like I've been looking for like ways to extend my life and like not be all beat up and everything in my old age. And this, to me, this is one of them because this is a really big neglected muscle that does a lot. And it also, it keeps you having your butt. Oh, since you're down here, let me just see if your butt's working.
All right.
I do things like that. I'm a butt checker. Okay, all right. Without flexing your thigh, relax your neck. Without flexing your thigh, flex, tighten right here. Yes, you're like without it.
How do I do that?
Yeah, you guys thought I was bullshitting, didn't you?
Yeah, I can't.
Hey, he's just up there talking trash. Okay, right here now.
See here. Without my thigh.
Yeah, well,
I
just
do
right.
without my thigh.
So this, when I discovered mine wasn't working, the next like 18 out of 20 people weren't working. So this is common. You think there's a pandemic. No, this is the pandemic. This is the real pandemic. You walk around, it's like, pay attention for the next week. You guys come back next time he does one, and tell me how many butts you see that's not working. Because you know what? Because there's supposed to be some flexion and extension going on. That just ain't supposed to be there. And that's you know. So really, that's the pandemic. I'm telling you. This other stuff, take a vaccine for it. Come on up. All right, anybody else want to try it? Okay, next exercise. This is in my lazy way of getting back into shape here. My 8-inch rule. So if you can this exercise can be done like this. And like I said, you don't have to take time out or do any, because what you're doing is you're trying to get this muscle. This is under the glute maximus, there's the glute medius. You're trying to get this to become awake. And you can tell if your glute medius is not working. Mine just started working. I'm out of the no side ass club, I could say. Very recent. It dips in like this. Even though mine's working, you see how they're dipping right there? Or it's flat. And then what else will also happen is let's get this essential oil. Massage therapist understand essential oils shit. This will be like really flat right here. And none of this will be working right in this area. So there's a couple of ways you can do this. We're going to point your foot down and lift up. All throughout the day. This is really simple. Yeah. The point that because if you're having your foot straight or up like this, there's a muscle called the TFL, or the tensor fascia latae, and when it gets tight, it causes other problems, and it connects with the glute medius. So when you're pointing your toe down, you're directly getting you're only getting the medius. Okay, and then and you're not always in shape. There's no shame in the muscles not working. So you can also prop your leg up on something, like if there was a box here, and you can point it out to the side, and then do a negative, and then just hold it on the way down. Bend your leg, get it back up, come out, hold it on the way down. And then if that's tough too, you can always get on the couch or your bed, side of your bed. Come over to as far inside as you can, hold it. And then however far you can get your leg out, raise it up. I like to go and hit it at all angles because when your glutes not firing, when you see a lot of people doing exercises, they're always in like one particular area, but the muscle's actually kind of big. And so you can look and find where it's the weakest on you. Because sometimes, like, there's been spots on my leg where when I first found out mine were weak, I couldn't even lift my leg up at all. So I had imagined doing the exercise for a long time before I ever did one. All right, so that takes care of the glutes. The next thing I want to talk about is the feet. We still got time? We good on time? All right, cool. Okay, so one of the main problems with pain is a lot of people don't realize that when your ankles get tight, it doesn't necessarily hurt. And so what that does is it changes your walk. So if you walk loud, your ankles are probably tight. If you're walking with your feet out, your ankles are tight. If you're just standing around and your feet are out, your ankles are tight. Unless you trained a lot in ballet, this is not your normal position. So what we're going to do is help with the loosening of the feet. So first, most people don't even think of like exercising their feet at all or loosening up their ankles, and this gets rid of a lot of pain. So you can do this in any position, laying down, sitting down, whatever. So you just rotate your ankle around. Bend your toes. Okay, and so you're trying to look for your feet move all different directions. Some people just don't even like their feet to be touched. And so so anybody like that, they're probably in pain. You know, they're just they're just certain indicators, like, don't touch my toes. Oh yeah, your ass is in pain. You know, just whatever. So a lot of people just tell you like, oh, you're just going to be old really, really soon. You know. So for this move right here, we're going to look for what I'm doing right here. So I'm going to look for tightness in my upper foot. Like a big thing happening right now is everybody's talking about plantar fasciitis, but it's actually really easy to get rid of. And I've heard of people having surgery, getting steroid shots for it, and it's like you can get rid of it yourself. But they just don't want you to know that, so I'm spilling some secrets today. So right here, I found there's some tightness right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to push in towards the tightness. And then I'm going to rotate slow. You know, there's one thing to be able to like give a nice sensuous foot massage, but when somebody's hurting, they'll remember you more when you get their ass out of pain. I learned this technique from Full Circle Massage School. They teach a course, spontaneous muscle release technique. And as you can see, my foot is loose right here.
Are you just like pushing really hard with your thumb?
No, it's a light touch. Okay, here's one of the things that's and this has me like not trusting doctors. You have a lot of physical therapists, people that are telling you to use a lacrosse ball. Oh, she's telling me to shut up politely. They tell you to use a lacrosse ball. It's really, really painful. Use a tennis ball or something like that, something that's going to work, that's going to be working with your muscles. And here's the other thing about fascia. You do not have to roll and it hurt. That is like so crazy to me. I'm like, people that are getting better mushrooms than me. I don't know. It's like, you're just pushing, a lot of people don't realize the IT band is a ligament. And so what ligaments actually do is attach bone to bone. So pushing on a ligament isn't going to hurt. So if you look at it by definition, that doesn't work. And people are doing it all across the United States. To me, another pandemic. People doing stupid stuff. Okay, so a better way to do this on yourself. Here is where the IT band attaches down on this side. So you can grab it down on both sides and right in here. And so what you can do is twist the band. That make more sense? Guess what? Doesn't hurt as much. And you just push this sideways. And what's going on here is you're loosening the fascia. You're not digging into the fascia. The fascia is under the skin. It's just like the skin on a fried chicken. Think of this like that. That's how. So the skin is right up under the feathers. All that skin is right here. That's what's over this IT band. There's the fascia thing. I'm gonna hit you guys through it as the months go on, but they're really pointing people the wrong direction. And so this is a simple one. Okay, so and you can pull this each direction. Just go lightly. None of that pain thing. It just does not have to hurt. Yeah, what's up?
Did you feel anything like a stretch or it's just like...
Okay, so this is okay. I was just starting this because we have 5 minutes. What a better way to do this? This is just a start, so you get an idea. Is to hold it 20 to 45 seconds. So you can get this and find the comfortable position and relax.
1 minute mark.
Okay. So this is just a light pull. You can even go to the edge of it and pull up towards the sides. Hold it for 20 to 40 seconds. Go to the top part of it. Hold it 20 to 40 seconds. And then something I like to do is I get an edge. So one of the things that happens when your muscles are getting tight, everything's getting pulled in. And when people are rookie massage therapists, they want to dig into your IT band. That just screams rookie. They don't know what they're doing, or even digging in a lacrosse ball. You really don't know what's going on. So a more effective way to do this, if you get onto the side of a table and pull your femur, your thigh bone, towards your back. And this also loosens this iliotibial band from another direction. So that's 3 different ways I've told you can approach this. You can approach it coming in like this and getting into this area from the side and the back and none of that's painful. This, if you look on Google Scholar, they'll say that this is not correctable, and all you can do is roll on it to make it manageable. That's what I'm saying is that's untrue, because like mine's just, I didn't hold mine the correct amount of seconds really. It's done more, and this is already looser, visibly. This is something that, you know, the iliotibial band is something that's like, it's one of the biggest ligaments in the body, and so when it gets tight, it only loosens up when it's loosened. And so once it's tight, until it's loosened, it is affecting you for life. This is like a lifetime thing, but most people don't realize that. And so when people end up getting like herniated discs and stuff like that, you could check their IT bands. Their IT bands are tight because they don't tighten up the same way, and so one's tighter than the other one, and so it's causing your sacrum to twist. You know, herniated. You know, a lot of anything that's down in your lower back area, you should not be getting cut on. It's fixable because it's happening someplace in your pelvis that just needs to be moved around, and there's a lot of ligaments and tendons and muscles to be moved around before you think about being cut on. And you know, and like if it's not cutting, the first thing you want to do is a steroid shot. Think of it like this: when somebody offers you a steroid shot, they don't want to try to help you. A steroid shot does not help. That means they have given up already. Find somebody that wants to help your ass. And while you're trying to find somebody to help your ass, do some exercises to help your ass yourself. I'm just saying. She's putting me off stage. That'd be cool.
What's your name and like where can they follow your stuff and get more info?
You know, there's not a lot of stuff on my Instagram.
But what is your Instagram?
Okay, my name is Romon Smith. I'm a massage therapist. I'm on Instagram.
What's the handle?
There's not much on it yet. There will be on it from now on, since I'm being like called out like this and shit. Massage Symmetry is my handle. Hey, hope you guys got something out of this.
Thank you.
Used a clip-on microphone before. This is great. Oh, okay. We good. Thanks for being here. Just wanted to make a quick announcement to thank everybody who made today happen. Bob and Firecrest proposed this ages ago, and we got around to making it happen. We're so appreciative of this opportunity to get together and have all the details kind of taken care of for us so we can just connect with each other, and it's really great to see you guys. Thank you to Combi Keg.
That was a standing ovation for Kobe Bear.
Yay! Thank you, Combi Keg, for being here and providing amazing drinks for us. There's over 150 drinks in there, so please help yourself. They're here till 8:30? 7:30 or 8, so drink up, enjoy yourself.
We almost ran into our dining room this morning, so please bring the drinks to make it worth it.
Yep, and thanks everyone else for bringing your special stuff, food, drinks, and next up we have John, who's going to play a set, followed by Ryan, Feed the Light, and then I'm going to DJ, and then we have 2 additional musicians playing after that. So enjoy yourself. Thanks.
stay inside. I wanna move my body, baby. I wanna go and party, baby. But you wanna stay inside. You wanna stay inside. I wanna move my body, baby. I wanna go and party, baby. But you wanna stay inside. And that's alright. I'ma have a little fun tonight. I hope you don't stay up all night waiting on me. I ain't take your keys. Pop out, come and stunt on me. When we going home, we can press delete. Take off your clothes, take off your birthday suit. Feeling yourself, and knowing what to do. Look at yourself, because I'm feeling you. You wanna stay in, but you deserve to be out. Shit, look at your skin, don't be all selfish now. Put one foot in, don't ever look back. I'm your girl, I'll always have your back. Please don't be scared, ain't no time for that. I wanna move my body, baby. I wanna go and party, baby. But you wanna stay inside, and that's alright. You wanna stay inside. I wanna move my body, baby. I wanna go and party, baby. But you wanna stay inside. That's alright. That's alright. That's alright. taste, girl. I know you too well. to rest.
I run to the fun so don't get like me. Might corrupt you when you won't like me. On to the bun, we don't smoke like leaves. When you with us, it be so lively. I run to the fun so don't get like me. Might corrupt you when you won't like me. But you might be fit for the right lead or for the 19, so just be by me. Wait till you see how I will be. What do you mean I won't be seen? Wait till you see how I'll be free. What do you mean what do you mean? This is how we take control. Made myself feel grown by being cold. In the city we can feel it getting old. This is how we this is how we take control. Made myself feel grown by being cold. In the city we can feel it getting old. I'm being affiliated with legend in the sky. Wish you for a mission, could I tired of getting by? Into the business, I'll never get rid of the highs. Can I ever finish? I liquor, they're getting light. Bit off the fear, never let it come near. Steer, cheer, put the beers in the bin. I got this in, never clear. It's a world that we wanna live in, and we wanna live in. This is how we get it going out. All you ever wanna be about. What you feeling? All your clothes around. This is how we bounce. This is how we bounce. This is how we take control. Make myself feel grown by being cold. In the city we can feel it getting old. This is how we This is how we take control. This is how we take control. This is how we take control. This is how we This is how we take control. Make myself feel grown by being cold. In the city we can feel it getting old. This is how we
way out. Got to find a way out. I don't think you all the time.
Rise again, rise again, rise again. I just wanna dance, 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 dance. Makes me feel alive, feel alive. I get kinda mad, 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 mad. We lost another life, 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 life. I just wanna dance, 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 dance. Makes me feel alive, feel alive. I get kinda mad, 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 mad. We lost another life, 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 life. You won't see me cry, no, no, no. 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 I'll do the same thing again. I just wanna dance.
Went from ashy to nasty to classy, but still. They say that I'm super, they call me a hero, but real. Look in the sky, mama, look in the sky, papa, look at the sky. Doing the things that you wish you were doing, but doing them fly. Doing them better, doing that cheese, baby, getting that cheddar. Do it with ease, do it whenever. Code of the streets, man, they code it forever. I got a plan, I got a vision, I got a van, I got a mission. Half of a man, half of a vision. Hustle a stand, don't need no permission.
identify with your soul, then you see other people as souls. And souls love one another. Love one another. It's easy as a soul to love everybody. It's easy as a soul to love everybody. They are all manifestations of the One.
You're coming slow, I hear you so bad. I kinda love your feel. I'll love you slow, you're feeling so fast. You kinda love this pace. Wanted inside, coming to focus. Don't wanna lose your face. Hold your mouth, the feeling invading, fading from your blood. I feel your body falling. But hold on when it's raining. Feel your weight. We can do
those ideas in your head. Got you thinking like that, boy. Better get on back to town.
He doesn't call me, so put me through operator. Maybe I'll leave him, fall in love with you, operator. My baby doesn't call me, so put me through operator. So tell me, should I leave him, fall in love with you, operator? The mouse king at midnight, voicemails of frustration. Long distance takes its time, give me information. Can measure my pressure, but I'll open a second. Can measure my pressure, but I'll open a second. There's never been no one like you. 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 There was never.
Now they openly display it like homies where that heritage is hatred. Them stars and bars are sacred, but stolen folks and stolen land probably shouldn't say shit. So let's not get political. There's only two races, see, patriot and political. There's only two sexes, right? Male and political. Are these the type of people we should listen to? I think not. My taxes shouldn't pay for my death by cop, and that statement's not political. This shit's crazy. Since when did treat me like a human become a revolutionary statement? I'm just saying. Now here comes Karen and Ken with their radical white domestic terrorism again. And when they son shoots the school up, it's thoughts and prayers again. But they'll still happily sign you up to die because they kinda miss Applebee's. The tragedy is we replace the empathy with apathy. No wonder we never mastered peace. But stay true to the game though. You sorry if you ain't get the monopoly that you came for. The pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, plus all the other lucky charms in the same bowl. It's really just corn syrup and dextrose, so cloying treacly to keep you fiending for the next dose. As American is pie made from nothing but bad apples, chefed in bad faith by bad actors. Y'all can sit and spin on a bin of bad dragons, toxic like radioactive. Couldn't imagine that shit, bad shit like QAnon psyops. What's a third eye to a herd of cyclops, right? They'd rather watch it burn, why stop? Pop goes to revolution, the revolution went pop.
You're so sweet, my stomach's sausage.
Kisses they call zero, kisses baby.
You're afraid, leave kisses on my face.
Kisses they call zero, kisses baby.
Now bust a pussy open for my sins, oh. Ooh, yeah, ooh, yeah. Now bust a pussy open for my sins, oh. Ooh, yeah, ooh, yeah.
It's a shame to rid you of your freedom to discriminate. I didn't know preservatives, they serve beauty well past the expiration date. How they operate, I'd assumption that the races on races is something oasis of a country bumpkin taste it and place it into some shaped cases. The era, the narrative sharing, spin away as a generic error. Karen arrogance, carry the merit, try to be fair in the arrogant for the grand little black square affairs. But in embarrassment, sparing no one unaware that there is no comparison. Receive what you inherited, draw lines at gerrymander and bury apparent sad comedians. So happy mediums, blindly believing that we come so far naively here again.
You're so sweet, my stomach's sausage.
Kisses they call zero.
starting to hear it a little bit. Starting to hear. Just want to make sure I can like casually lean back and just kind of chat, you know, like, hey. Move it in, move it out. Woohoo. Can you guys hear me through the speaker? Hey, Bob. You can hear this? No? Yes, I can hear it. Can you hear it through John's speaker? Yeah, okay. The music might need to come down a little bit. Sarah will have
Hey. Check.
One second, man.
Check. Hey.
I understand why it sounds so muffly.
Hey.
It should be further back.
Yo, hello. Hi.
Huh?
Hello.
But it just jumps.
We're going to have Sarah and Liz do a Firecrest
Hello.
Introduction
Hello.
for like at least 30 minutes. No, we're setting up our podcasty vibes with some music, and then like usually that
Hello.
also comes to like
Hey.
no rush. You're totally fine. Thank you. We're having such a great time. Good. Yeah. Chill. Stay. No rush. So if I just like chat here casually, we can hear me mostly.
friends who do sound stuff, but
I wouldn't
I
know
myself.
either, but I do know this isn't working well for us. So.
Yeah. Hello. Hi. What's up? Is this your house?
Yeah, I
This
live
is
here. It's
nice.
Bob's house. He owns it, but we live here.
Cool. Nice. Well, yeah. Thanks for doing the Art Island collab or whatever this. I don't know.
Making it a cool party.
Hello. Am I testing?
These things are so incredibly sensitive.
I know the lapel sucks, man.
Sassy.
Say.
Hello.
Yeah,
Hello.
thanks for playing, both of you.
Testing.
It's good seeing you again, man. You too, man. Take care. Let's see. Good night. Be safe out there. All right.
Hello. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Talking. I don't know if I should turn away from it.
Counting.
Interesting cosas.
I feel like I'm hearing it at points and then it's going away.
Was it? Oh, okay. There you go. Hearing something there. Try to face where I would be to be talking.
Hello? Turn the speakers down.
Hello? Testing, talking. Is this a good volume?
Yeah, that's better for sure.
Cool.
You can clip it or you can put it on there.
Yeah.
And then we'll
No worries.
Sarah when she's out.
So you're Liz.
Sarah.
You're Sarah.
Yeah.
Sarah, oh shit.
No, you're good. You're good.
It's like they're turning into a comic routine. Whose name is who? You're gonna end up switching names in mid.
These guys know me. Oh, the introductions? What is my job?
Whatever conversation she wants to.
Welcome to my TED Talk, or our TED Talk. Ooh, should I be a radio announcer or
We only
something?
have one lapel, so you can put this wherever you want near your mouth, and John will test your.
All right, testing. Testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. Hello. Oh wow, I have an audience. People are listening to me speak.
I can't look at them, so I'll just like start laughing.
Yes, absolutely. Hello. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Is that all right? No. You don't want to just have to cut down those trees. I will help you dig a hole.
Cool.
Feels very important, right?
No. At least it's not like in my eye line with you, so at least I can. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's mouth pipe.
Cool. Excellent.
Cool. I don't know the last time that I've spoken on a mic has been, so I'm not.
It's been since college for me.
Used to it, yeah.
I have no idea what I'm getting into.
Are they gonna say anything? Are we supposed to go? Are we gonna get an introduction?
What is your name?
Sarah?
Sarah. I'm Liz.
Yeah. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
I don't know if I'm talking into the mic or not.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's
I can
louder.
hear you through the speaker behind me.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Nice. Are you here like Art Island more so? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Me too.
What have you done something for Art Island?
I submitted an animation one time when they had like I think Ryan curated or asked everyone to submit animations, and I submitted one, but I haven't done an installation before. Oh wait, yeah, okay. I hung my mirror. I did like an infinity mirror.
That's
thing.
where I remember you from.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I remember that. In the poison ivy.
Yeah. Wait, were you the one who told me that?
Yep.
Oh my god. Oh, that was such a nightmare.
Did you get poison ivy?
I got it so bad. Yeah, I can't believe that. No, I don't know.
Did you get it on your like arms because you were hanging it up?
Yeah.
Are we being recorded right now?
The worst section. Yeah. It's like they're missing good stuff. You guys are.
Yeah. We should probably. We are live. Okay. Cool.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I was all over my. It was nasty. It was like a science experiment. I was like looking at my arm and I'm like.
Was it the first time you've ever had poison ivy?
I mean, Yeah, if I had it before, it wasn't bad enough for me to notice, so I would say that's like the first time I'd had poison ivy, yeah.
Okay.
Can I move this awkwardly a little closer?
Yeah. How long have we been live talking about what we've been talking about?
Oh, I don't know, maybe like a minute.
Okay.
Like, is that it?
Well, no, because I want to tell the audience how we got into this conversation about
That's
poison
true,
ivy.
yeah.
You can't tell them now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's this event, Art Island, and then I met you there.
Yes. Yeah.
And my
so-
first introduction with you is you telling me about your art installation, which is
So I made a infinity mirror with like LEDs and double-sided glass that, I hung up in a tree, and I didn't realize the second day actually that I had hung it up. I was like uncovering a tarp from over it, and Liz came up and told me that the whole tree was covered in poison ivy. Like literally the vines were dead, like winter poison ivy vines and everything. And at that point I was too far gone because I had already hung it like the day before. And and you were the one who told me.
it was already too late now that a day has gone by.
Exactly. Yeah, I had already been. I was up on that tree, like wrapping a cord around it, like hugging the tree, like swinging it, like trying to stuff like the string through like the winter vines. Like it was honestly surprising that I didn't have it worse, but it was pretty bad. It was like on my leg and my side and like the back of my neck a little bit, but the arm was definitely the worst.
I think the wind. Maybe aim it down. I think the wind's getting on it. Yeah, that's better. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's
sucks,
funny.
poison
It's the
ivy,
last time I
man.
saw you, and
Are we
but
allowed to
it's a
cuss?
bummer.
I'm like.
I think so.
I'm kind of like open, and I don't know if, like, are we? It's YouTube, right? Can I cuss? Can I?
Is adult language?
Okay, because I'll filter myself if I have to. All right.
Anyway, well, it's funny that we've met under such a specific circumstance.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have
Wow.
you gotten poison ivy?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I try when I go hiking, like I avoid the green, and so when I'm going through a trail, like if I see anything green, I'm just like, nope.
It definitely made me learn. So I know the like 3 leaves, whatever thing.
Try to aim the lapel down.
Oh, that'll probably be better. Like aim toward
down.
up.
I feel like the wind's like blowing across it. Or maybe it's this microphone. I don't know.
Maybe. I still don't know if it's. Okay, I can kind of hear it that it's coming from the speaker.
Yeah.
We'll see. Do your best. DIY.
So, how long have you worked with mirror art?
Not very long. So I made that for my brother as a gift because he has this like cutout in his house above his fireplace. It's like perfectly fitted for that, and I thought it would be something cool. So I made it, and there's just this window when Art Island had an event that I thought it would be cool to show. So
I think your installation was beautiful. I loved how it was kind of tucked in a quiet space. So when you came upon it, oh, perfect.
Well, that.
So when you came upon
this
this infinity mirror installation, and it was just like one of those moments that like you're hearing the crickets chirp in the background and the music in the background as well, and it's just I loved coming into that space and seeing this infinity mirror getting lost into your art, and that's what I appreciated about that experience.
Thanks. So. Yeah, that's why I picked the tree covered in poison. I was like, that tree back there is real nice. So it was it's worth the pain to.
So
make art.
what else do you do? Like you do art? Do you do other types of medium art, or do you have a day job? Well, art is a job, but like, what else do you do?
Sure. Yeah. So I'm an animator, video editor, and yeah, I've dabbled in installation art stuff before, but primarily, like, I would say my art form and my like job to make money is animation.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I know nothing about the technology of animation, like the programs you use on the computer, like nothing about it. Can you tell me a little bit about it?
For sure, yeah. So I mainly use Adobe software. So like traditional animation would be it's all like paper and pencil or whatever, or like cells where you like layer plastic layers of different colors. So you'd have like a whole team doing like the line art and the color fills, and you'd layer that. So things like Bambi or something like that would have all been done in that way, and they'd have like these big old like multi-plane setups where you'd have all these like cells. Now everything is mostly on the computer. Like I don't know what would be made on a cell, very like little things. So yeah, I do like 2D digital stuff, mostly After Effects, Adobe things. Sometimes I draw in Photoshop. You can animate there. I really like stop motion. That was kind of the thing I had submitted for Art Island when we had like animations playing on a projector. Yeah. What about you? What's your thing? What's your passion, hobby?
Oh my
thing?
god, I do so many things.
Yeah.
So I would say that like I do abstract art. I work with different mediums. I like to experiment and explore. I love color and texture.
Yeah.
I can't like specifically paint like faces or animals or landscapes. Like I just like to honestly the best way I can describe it is I love to just make mistakes. Like just throw something on a canvas, blot it, squirt some like solution on it, alcohol, whatever. Like spill wine on it. I've done that before. And so I feel like it's a creative process, and it's about exploring like how different mediums work with each other, and like how you want the flow of color to just be and exist. And what I love working with different mediums is there's sky's the limit, man. Like I've recently worked with polymer clay and epoxy, and I make these pendants, and so I love how I can create these like little worlds inside this pendant, and it can be anything. Like I love butterflies and mushrooms and landscapes, so I've created this like little world of butterflies and mushrooms, and they glow under UV black light, and it's fun to see like in regular light how it looks, and then shine the black light on it, and it like transforms into a different realm. And that's what I love about expressing with my art, is just, you know, how can we work with the materials we have on this planet, and like how can we express ourselves, like creating new spaces and new places to exist.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. There's something really cool about a pendant being like this like world that you can take with you. Like I think that's what it's like. Putting on jewelry can feel really intentional, because I'm not like I usually don't wear a lot of jewelry, but when you do, like if you have a necklace or something, you can really feel like you're taking something with you, and thinking about something when you put it on or whatever. Like so.
I like the idea of looking at something and getting lost in it. Like seriously taking that moment to look and like what is happening.
I think abstract
into this
paintings
space.
are really good at that too, because you can just let your mind sort of run into things. Like what do you see? What do you feel from it? And that could change, like, you know, based on the day or the lighting in the room or something like that. That's cool. How long have you been doing painting or relationship
I
with
started
that?
over a decade ago working with watercolors and acrylics.
Cool.
And then, oh man, years ago I got into seashells and like dried naturals and dried flowers.
Like on canvas
I
stuff?
went,
Okay,
canvas,
cool, like
shadow
mixing
boxes.
it,
I make dream catchers too. I work with yarn and feathers. I went to Eris' birthday that happens every year in Austin, somewhere in April month, 420, somewhere around that time. And I saw a bunch of women like wearing a bunch of like hair pieces with feathers, and I was just like, oh my gosh, that's so beautiful. Like I want to make something like that. And I got into making hair clips and feathers, and so I decorate these clips with seashells and feathers. It's very weird and awkward, but like they're beautiful.
Nice.
And I've sold a lot of them over the years, and I think that's what kind of launched my like exponential creativity, like working with it was just like acrylics, watercolors, and spray paint, and then when I started working with feathers, it was just like something different opened up, and I was ready to explore like a whole new way of like playing with materials. And then this year with the pandemic, like I went all in on polymer clay and epoxy. I was like, all right, let's sit down for several months and just make this work and like create something. Like a lot of YouTube tutorials, I will say YouTube, the people out there and the artists that have created things have helped inspired me to learn the medium as well, because there's a lot of things that polymer clay can and cannot do, and epoxy it gets messy.
Dude, no, believe me, I know.
You gotta make all the mistakes, because believe me, I've made all the mistakes.
Get the right clay, because some clays you can't bake, and I learned that. And then you can't just like you can't put, you know, resin or epoxy. You can't like sealing just like unbaked clay. Yeah, I don't know. The one display thing that I tried to make
Yeah.
during pandemic. Yeah, dude. It's important to read and kind of know the limits of the material. But that's why you would experiment with it. Like you wouldn't know unless you dive in. And it's cool that each material has its own sort of just, I don't know, physics, like its requirements, its characteristics, with liquid paint stuff, how thick is it, watercolor versus acrylic, it has its own just properties that I think is the big thing about learning how to paint. I think it's kind of a relationship with learning the properties of the paint, and then after that, okay, well, how do I make this look real if that's your goal or whatever. But yeah, I don't know, it's cool. Done a little bit of abstract painting, but it's been a while, not much. I have one in my house that I put a little lizard skeleton on that I found. He's a little dehydrated, just guy that was there. I don't know how, but he's fine.
How did you attach that lizard skin to this?
I think I used resin for it. I made I used thick acrylic modeling paste, build up almost a little I don't know, it's raised surface, a lake bed or something, and then I put the guy there and then poured the resin around and let him sit, So it worked. He's still there. It's been there. It's an old painting. It's been a while since I've done abstract painting, so he's doing fine. Yeah, but I wasn't searching for it. I think it was on my steps to my apartment was this little mummified lizard guy, and I was like, "You're so beautiful. Let's save you forever and give you a little home." Yeah. But.
I think that's amazing. I think in all of us, there's an artist. You work with a digital space, and I work with the material space, but we're still creating something that that people can connect with in their own way and open their minds up. And what I love about digital art is you can do so much more than you can on canvas. I know there's amazing, beautiful canvas art people that create these amazing things, and I cannot. But I feel in the digital worlds, you could just create things worlds that don't even exist, and this is how movies are made, and
Totally.
CGI, and
Yeah.
you create amazing, wonderful places to fall and escape into, and that's just what I love about digital art. So I think it's really amazing that you explore that realm.
Yeah. Yeah, I think especially recently with just NFT art and stuff, there's a lot of that very magical sort of digital stuff where you're going to these worlds, mountain space, fantasy, whatever, new worlds. It's definitely easier to do in digital art, I guess. But I don't know, I think where you were saying about experimenting with materials just really appeals to me when I do stop motion stuff. There's something about real objects and the randomness that they can have that I feel you can't get in digital art. There's a lot of algorithms and generative stuff where you can kind of create that randomness, but there's something about the paint falling the way it does, or ink and water or something. You can generate that digitally, but some of those things in just the real world or art, they're already generated. It's the same thing. It's math generating. It's generative and just in the real world, and it's kind of nice to just see it happen. A lot of the digital stuff can be very time consuming, and when it comes to the artist or a personal experience of making it, it feels kind of detached. There's something nice about getting into that, into the materials, into physical space that I definitely try to do sometimes in my art separate from the digital work stuff, because it I don't know, nice to have a mix, I guess, getting the real world. There's a filmmaker I really like who has a short where he spills water onto the concrete, a little splash, and then he traces it and lets it disappear. And so he films that, and then he draws the same shape and fills it with water. He's making this generative pattern with the way that the water evaporates on the concrete, and just made a whole film out of it. That
Do you know
think
the
is
name
so cool.
of the director?
Of the director, I'll have to look it up. I don't think I know offhand. I recently found him just too many bookmarks. It's like somewhere in my bookmarks where they organize the artists that I really like. I think he's British. He did another one called The Artist's Hand or something. That was like a frame-by-frame animation that was taking every point of a drawing and like interpolating it like randomly out. So it's like kind of like a glitch where like you see a hand draw a line and then every like point on the hand, like you'll draw a point, like moves and stretches out and stuff. But he's doing it all with physical, like on paper and pen, like just tracking like this dot on like, you know, point on this hand and like glitching it outward or whatever. And he's really cool. So I can't remember his name, but can share it later. I'm not sure where my phone is. Can add it to the YouTube if someone like.
What's your favorite movie?
Favorite movie? I don't know. It's hard. What's like the criteria? I feel like your favorite movie should be the one that you watch the most, right? Like your go-to. But I feel like that's not always the same. Favorites, I guess. I really do like Pixar movies because that was what got me into animation originally. So from like sort of like nostalgic perspective, I really like Ratatouille and like Up and stuff like that. But I don't know, I'm really into like Terry Gilliam too, like the collage stop motion stuff that he did.
I'm not familiar
Flying
with
Circus.
that person's work.
Do you know Monty Python? Monty Python and the Holy Grail or anything? No, that's fine. He was
I'm aware of it, but I don't remember.
It's been a long time since I've watched it, so yeah, I don't blame you. But yeah, he like British dry humor, weird sort of fantasy stuff. But they did a lot of like collage animation where they'd like cut out faces and bodies and things and animate them. Specifically Terry Gilliam, because he would direct different things. I don't know. What about you?
I'm into science fiction.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, I love science fiction. Are you more into science fiction movies or science fiction books or like the genre like all together?
So I don't read a whole lot. I like to be entertained with film and television.
Oh,
But when I
totally.
do read, I read nonfiction because I want to be educated.
Makes sense.
So I guess that's how I define like how.
I mean, science fiction is so cool visually that it's like.
That's why I watch
Yeah,
it. I'm into anything that deals with artificial intelligence.
Cool.
Like Battlestar Galactica or Westworld.
Yeah. Oh man, Westworld's
Favorite
beautiful.
television show. Okay, so you have seen Westworld.
Yeah, I've seen Westworld. I think I only watched the first season because they were like mixed reviews or whatever. And I was like, no, first season. But yeah, it's insane. Like everything like about the like how they make it. Like talk about like CGI that just like blends into everything like just seamlessly.
Yeah. I love Anthony Hopkins' character, Dr. Ford. I really feel like he has all the fundamentals. Like he understands like humanity, and he's trying to put that into the artificial intelligence, and like everything that comes out of that actor's mouth, like and the dialogue of that show is just like I'm just like on the edge of my seat. Like what's he gonna say now? Like
Yeah. He's like carrying like the philosophical through line of Westworld. Like whatever he says, and you're like, all right. This is like what we have to say about AI and like, you know, exploring the possibilities of what that would look like and what the ramifications would be and all of that. Yeah.
Or even creating a world for the rich people to do whatever they want in.
Which would
be
be
bad
likely,
or
honestly.
good or whatever they feel like doing. It's just like, oof.
And like, what would that do
Scary
to
world.
these like almost real people? Yeah.
But then the AI is like Maeve. She wakes up and she's like, I ain't playing this game no more.
Oh yeah.
Love her character.
Yeah, the acting too, to like turn it off when they like take them in the back room and she just like turns on like I am what's her face like hanging out and then just like robot mode like you can it's creepy
because she's
you can
woken
feel
up,
it.
she gets
Yeah.
it, she understands that she's being toyed with, and
Yeah.
she's like,
Yeah, that
no,
too.
no.
Yeah, no, I mean sometimes I'll think like, oh, I could act. How hard can it be? And seeing her specifically in Westworld was like, wow, this is next level. Just being able to turn it on, turn it off, be that character, be robot, like the whole memory stuff, which like kind of remember something, and like all that. Yeah, it's really good. I think there's a bunch of AI sci-fi.
Did you ever see Blade Runner?
I have, yeah.
Okay.
I didn't see the new one, but yeah, the old one.
The one with Harrison Ford in 1984.
I love 80s sci-fi aesthetic because it's like that retrofuturism where it's like kind of cheesy. It's like, what did we think the future was going to be like before we had the internet?
Yeah, I think Blade Runner Day like already happened like
Yeah.
a couple years ago or something. Like the date that movie
yeah.
is set in.
Yeah.
No, we're not flying around in cars.
No flying cars.
We're not going
yeah.
off-world, at least not yet. So.
No. I mean, you can put fog. You can cover things in fog or smog and have like colorful lights and shit all you want. So there's that. The aesthetic part. Yeah. Yeah. Blade Runner's cool. I think you mentioned Battlestar Galactica. I haven't watched it, but I feel like that has the same retrofuturism sort of thing. Did you watch Star Trek or what is it? Man, there's a lot of like those TV.
I've watched
There's one
Star
in
Trek.
particular I'm thinking of. Star Trek.
Next Gen. I've seen the entire series all the way through, and I'm working on it, watching it again, so I'm halfway through it again. I love the philosophy that Star Trek Next Gen brings about.
Yeah.
And I think that when I grew up as a young child, my dad, especially, who was into science fiction, he introduced me into Star Wars, which is more science fantasy, or more fantasy. And so I really appreciated him exposing me to Star Trek, like being a girl, like I think not to genderize anything, but like being a girl, I'm like, that's how I got into science fiction, and I feel like that the Gene Roddenberry, he wrote philosophy within the show, and there was a lot to learn as a 7, 8, 9-year-old watching this show like on primetime television, and it helped me grow as a person into the world, and I love that aspect that was given to me like through Gene Roddenberry, and my dad allowed me to watch TV like that.
Yeah. That's cool.
Is there a childhood show that like stands out to you that you're like, I feel like I learned something?
Oh man, I don't know about one specific one that I think I learned something from, but my dad was also really into like science fiction, fantasy. I don't know. I guess my parents would have introduced me to that stuff as well. But I didn't have like a particular show. There was one that we watched all together, some sci-fi thing, but it's cool how that stuff can, like, you know, it creates a stronger memory when it's like with people that, you know, especially like your parents or whatever.
Did you have Nickelodeon growing up?
Was it
Nickelodeon?
Yeah.
So there's a documentary that talks about Nickelodeon shows and Nickelodeon and how it came about that I recently watched, and it was fun to kind of like reminisce into my like childhood. And I recommend watching that. I think it's on
that sounds really cool.
Hulu?
Yeah. Nice. I got that link. Got my friends account.
So they talk about shows like Adventures of Pete and Pete and like Ren and Stimpy, and then just how that like how kids like connected with that in our generation, and they're absolutely right. Like we just weren't about certain aspects of society, but we were wanting to do something raw and real and see real kids like being real, like Legends of the Hidden Temple and Guts. Like we're just doing our thing and we're being kids.
Yeah, it's not like a polished sort of like moral lesson every time. It's just like what kids are laughing about. I'm like I don't know if Ed, Edd n Eddy was Nickelodeon, but I feel like that's an example that has that like humor or whatever. I know more about Cartoon Network and like that whole like path that it took in Adult Swim, but I love like being involved with animation. I love hearing about like how like underneath like you see the show, but like there's a whole team of people who made that. Like who's the showrunner? Like who's the director? And like how did they get into this? Like such a process to get a new show accepted when you have an idea and you pitch it and then like running it and everything can be challenging. So yeah.
I wasn't exposed much to Adult Swim. I do remember Aqua Teen Hunger Force Metalocalypse.
Yeah.
Back in the day, but that's about all that I watched. I think I was in college around that time, so I didn't have time to watch TV. I was more studying, but
makes sense.
I knew it was on.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, there's a bunch of weird stuff. Aqua Teen is like so odd. It's very odd. I never got into it just because couldn't wrap my head around the characters. Yeah, it was just like a floating meatball. It's like, who are they? Like, what? Yeah. Yeah, it's cool how those, like MTV too. MTV is a really fun one to see, like, how many careers spun off of that animation-wise.
Or point it down. The wind's coming over your shoulder.
Oh, really? Oh, that was why. Okay.
Or maybe it's this. It could be mine. Here, I'm going to angle my microphone down. So
I think turning helped as
and then
well.
I'll talk down into it, maybe.
I kept thinking it was coming from that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's windy in Austin right now. Windy-ish.
A little windy. Windy for Austin.
Like 70 degrees. It's a quite pleasant evening.
It's cool. I think that there's like a very particular, I don't know if it's a girl experience, maybe anyone experience as a kid, like being introduced to what feels like kind of like outsider stuff, like science fiction is like, I don't know, well, everyone is interested in it or whatever, so having like, I don't know, I feel similar with certain like internet holes. When I was like a kid, I was big on like Neopets and stuff, like writing, and like I had a lot of like virtual friends who just make up stories or make art. A lot of like my early like digital art stuff came from being on the internet around that time, and I don't know. It all just feels wrapped up with like science fiction, fantasy, like these like things, these like worlds we find like spaces as kids that are just like a different path from, you know. Sports, I guess, is like a typical like, oh, it's that or not that, but
I can't hear you as much through the speakers. Maybe aim it toward,
Yeah, is that better?
Now I can hear you, Ben. I don't know how it's coming across on the interwebs, so. Man, audio,
Who's watching?
to let
Hello,
anyone
everybody
know,
out there.
like the two people that are listening, like audio is really difficult to do, whether you're in film, television, or live streaming.
Yeah, and it's in the winds and
Yeah,
like
we're
people
dealing
and
with the wind.
noise and stuff. Yeah, I'm not qualified to run audio things, so I'm not. I don't know, but yeah.
Is there anything else you want to talk about?
I don't know how much time we have
either.
either.
How much time we have to talk. We've been given no direction.
How long have you been doing Art Island stuff? Have you shown? Did you have
So
what
when
I've
the
seen of your
pandemic
work?
happened, I decided to show up for the Art Island live stream online. Anyone can join on Zoom, and I was like, all right, cool, I'm gonna paint. So I just started live painting, and that was that. And then I met everybody through the screen, and then eventually we all had a group together meeting on property, and then through an event. And I'm like, oh, I get to see everybody's faces that I've been looking at through the computer screen.
Yeah, that's really cool. I haven't met anyone who like you join through like virtual space, which is cool because that's a different experience, like getting to know people and then seeing them in real world. I'm sure a lot of people had experiences like that with pandemic, like having to socialize on Zoom or whatever. I went to a couple of those, the virtual events, but didn't really do anything. So it's cool that I'm gonna live paint. Like, it feels like a good way to, you know, be in the community without just like sitting on your computer, like bobbing around or whatever.
Can you still hear us all through the microphone? I can't hear her anymore. Like, I don't know if her microphone's picking up.
Oh.
Because I've spent the whole time
It does if
hearing
I'm
her
way
through
over here.
Oh, okay. So the interwebs can hear us just fine. Okay. I'll just start talking about
I can. It is on, but this is definitely better if it's
What's
closer.
been interesting about this pandemic is that, like, I don't really talk to my family that often. And with Zoom and the pandemic, and then all my family being at home and not working so much, they wanted to get together. So we had family meetings once a month and played like online games and stuff. And
I love that.
We don't even do this in like real life. Like,
Yeah.
I would love to spend more time with my family. It's just it's great that
It's a good
it
positive.
took a pandemic for us to all hang out with each other now. So we try our best to see at least 3 times a year we all get together.
There's something cool about, I guess, a disruption, especially if you have to be away physically from people. I think one big takeaway from me is the importance of the people around you. Like, you don't don't know what you have until you don't have access to it, you know, and it's like how integral those like relationships are and stuff too. So, what games did you guys play?
I don't remember. They were just something you
Yeah.
could do online. Like
Yeah.
you pick like a word, and then you're supposed to guess what kind of word is like them.
It's like, yeah. So there's a bunch of those, yeah, like what internet party game, yeah, whatever it is. You can Google it. There's probably like a bunch of versions of each type of game too.
Yeah.
I
I love playing like board games. I love hosting board game nights and stuff.
Do you have a favorite party board game?
So lately I've played Seven Wonders. It's been
Okay.
pretty fun to play with the family. There's Coup. I don't know if
Coup?
anyone knows about Coup, but so you're like 5 different characters. You lie about what character you are. You have 2 cards. And
I love
so
games like
you
this,
can
like
either
deception
be like
games,
the
yeah.
Duke, the Contessa, or the Captain. And so you can either collect money, not collect like foreign aid, and so the people around you can call your bluff. Like,
Yeah.
no, you're not the Captain, or no, you're not the Duke. And if you're not, and they call you out on you, and you're not, like you lose. So once you lose both cards, you're out of the game. So it's like a process of elimination.
Yeah.
And it's entertaining to play with your friends because you can straight up be like, yeah, I'm the Duke. And they're like, are you? And you're like, I don't know.
I can't touch this. Poker face. Can't read what it says. I don't know.
So you get to know your friends.
Yeah.
Like, who can lie with a straight face.
Yes. No, those are my favorite games because people get like fired up about like who is it, like yeah.
Yeah,
that's really
after
good.
the game's played, they're like, were you really the Duke?
Yeah, exactly. Have you played Chameleon before?
No, I haven't.
It's a similar game. Like there's like a list of words, and most people know like the code to figure out what word is the word. And everyone goes around and says a word that's related, but not the word. But one person doesn't know what it is, so they have to kind of either judge off of what other people have said, what a good word was, and then you try to guess who like the chameleon is. And so it's a similar thing where everyone's just like, it's you. Lots of like pointing fingers and yeah.
Deception.
Yeah, I like that. Betrayal on House Hill is a good one for that as well.
I have played that.
Yeah, because at one point someone becomes like the villain or the
game
spook.
flips.
Yeah, the game flips. Like, yeah, that's a fun one. Yeah, I played that on Halloween one time 'cause it's a spooky one. Did you play board games with your family at all? Like
I did. I grew up playing chess with my dad.
Ooh,
And
nice.
I can never say this board game correctly. Stratego.
Oh
I said it right. It's like capture the flag. I played that with my brothers.
Nice.
I have to thank my older brother. He taught me how to play blackjack.
Thanks
poker.
to older brothers.
Blackjack and poker. And when I went to Vegas for the first time, I walked away with a lot of money off the table because my older brother taught me how to play blackjack.
I love it.
Did it right.
They're like, I don't think this girl knows what she's talking about. Like, blackjack.
Yeah.
Little did
So when
they
I go to
know.
Vegas, that's kind of my thing. I'll sit there for 8 hours at a table and just slowly gather money. It's a process. Like the way I bet, it takes time. If you go in too hard, you bet too much, like you're gonna lose a lot. So it's a slow battle. But you also have to know when to walk away from a table. And then I'll go do roulette for a little bit, and then I'll come back to a table that's hot. It's a process.
Yeah.
You don't always win walking away, but you have to know like when to walk away.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, before you lose too much. It's like a part of it beyond just like the playing of the game. It's like the whole system if you're trying to make money. Yeah, I've never.
I grew up betting.
I love it. Throwing it down. Where are you from?
Dallas.
Dallas?
Yeah.
Nice.
Where are you
That's
from?
cool. I'm from Nebraska, from Omaha.
What was it like growing up? Like cold and snow?
Some of the time we had like 4 seasons, so we get like the blizzardy winters, and like get the classic fall, which I guess is nice. So the leaves fall and all that. A lot of it's farmland, but not where I was. I was in like the suburbs of like one of the like main cities. But I guess like in hindsight, knowing like knowing of other places and how other people grew up and stuff, there was a bison farm across the street from my high school. So that is very Nebraska. It's a gravel roads and stuff. but it does have it had like an interesting music scene, like hardcore music scene for a little bit, and some cool art stuff. There's actually a really nice, two really nice contemporary art museums there that I really like. And one of them has residencies and stuff. So I don't know. The last time I visited, I felt like more proud of it because I think when you grow up somewhere, you're sort of like you just want out.
There's a reason why you left it in the first place.
Yeah,
I feel that way about Dallas sometimes. Like, I'll go back and visit, and I'm like, this is not the Dallas I remember. Like, it has gotten a little bit more artsy-fartsy. Like,
yeah.
I left it to come to Austin to seek that. And
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, cool. Like, Dallas ain't so bad.
Yeah, nice to see it spread. Like you said, like, more people can make art. Like, anyone can be doing it, and I don't know, whatever that is, express yourself or just make something that's not necessarily for money or whatever. So it's nice to just see like there being communities for it too. Like if there's like something that's sad I think about Omaha is there is like an art community, but not so much on like the DIY like level, or at least isn't nothing like Austin, I guess, and some other towns I've been to. But I really hope that like that kind of comes back now that like pandemic's over and people can start doing things, because it would be cool for people to have like a sort of like weird art space thing to do, like community thing. So I don't know. If anyone from Nebraska is listening to this YouTube stream,
what are we doing? Like, creating stuff. Like I'm ready to see what people have made. Like
yeah, exactly.
All those books that people have been sitting around writing, and all the screenplays, and like, let's see them. Like, bring it out.
I think there's going to be a slow stream, especially with music, of people, things that have been were made during lockdown, and like what will those be, you know, when will they release, because that can be a process, like even getting it out there, and so it can be like a interesting effect to see what people make.
I'm wondering if people are going to create art that involves coronavirus, and is it going to like trigger trauma in all of us?
Maybe.
Like, watch it be like,
I mean, some people I think don't want like wouldn't want that. I think it's also hard to do. I don't know. I think the best example, which I haven't watched yet, but people keep telling me to watch, is the Bo Burnham special Inside. He like made this comedy special from like in his house.
I did watch that.
Okay,
I
yeah.
thought it was genius. It was the best like hour of entertainment.
I don't know why I've been putting it off. I'm like afraid of it making me sad. I'm like, don't you feel things? I want to. Yeah, it's like processing the pandemic feeling. But I know it's also funny and just like really well made, and so I'm going to watch it. But yeah, I think that's probably a good example of like something made in a pandemic about the like experience that's not just like, you know, maybe triggering people and too intensely.
I think about it because so many people have like a different experience. There were some of us that trapped ourselves in our homes. We didn't go anywhere and we cooked.
Yeah.
And then there's people who had to work in the hospitals and like be out in the community and like.
Yeah.
Just,
I mean, it's real
extreme.
Real time.
I mean, I'm still reflecting on it. We're still in it, but like I don't know what to do other than just like let's just get through it. Like.
Yeah.
Let's wake up today, do our thing, do what we need to do, help each other, and understand, like, you know, social anxiety is a thing. Like, you spend a year not talking to people, like, it gets a little weird when you get back out in the world again. Like, so
totally.
I'm back waiting tables and talking to people, and I did feel awkward for a while. I'm like, what am I supposed to say? How am I supposed to talk to people? Like, if I say this, are they going to be offended? Like, I don't even know anymore.
Yeah. No, I feel that. The good thing is that I think that most people are kind of in the same boat too. Like you said, everyone had a different experience. There's different versions of what that is. But there is like okay, we were all like more away. Now we're together. Like, what is that? What is that like? I think mostly it's been good. Like, I feel like people are more willing to do things like this. Like, they want to talk and connect with people maybe in a way that they wouldn't have before. Like, I think there's still that like anxiety and fear, and this isn't everyone's like not ready to just like get into like being in large social gatherings or anything like that, which I think is, you know, people should recognize and like, you know, totally respect whatever, you know, someone's experience is. But I think there is like a feeling of wanting to wanting to like heal, I guess, through like connecting with other people. Like people seem more receptive, I guess, to me.
Well, it's just in a way you're not alone. Like,
yeah,
we're all going through it, and let's support each other and help each other. Like,
yeah.
And that's been a lot through, even before the pandemic, is working through a lot of trauma from my past. It's like, I'm not alone. There's other people who experience stuff that I've gone through, and they're just like, that's what I need. I need to be able to connect with someone who totally like understands where I'm coming from.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, and those connections are nice to have, like, now that we can be face to face, you can sort of just, I don't know, yeah. I feel like there are all these like stages of different like mini crises that I'm like went through with certain people and really come out like, I don't know. It's nice that you don't even have to like necessarily like, oh, so how was the times? How was that? You kind of just be like, all right, we all things happen, like we're here now, like where are you at like right now? Like I think it's nice.
Talked to my grandma during the holidays, and she gave me her opinion on COVID, and she's been through a lot. And my grandma's like, if COVID takes me out, then COVID takes me out. Like, I'm 90 plus. Like, this is her attitude on the thing was just like, here I am. Like, I've lived through all of like the end of the Great Depression, and then World War II, and then Vietnam. Like, she's
a lot, like.
She's lived through it all, and I'm just like, wow, Grandma. And she's like, COVID, meh. I'm here. I'm just watching my TV, reading my books. And if I die, I die. Like, she's kind of like ready to die. And I guess when you get that old, like you kind of come to that acceptance, and I just think that's beautiful. And it's a good way. It's a good outlook of how to just finish off life. Like, it just sucks because she can't really spend as much time socializing in her retirement community, and she's now vaccinated, so she can spend time with family now. But it was scary there for a couple of years. Like, I couldn't visit my grandma.
And you didn't know, like, in retirement homes, you didn't know what was happening in retirement homes. Like, the rates were really bad. Like, it's bad. I can't, it's very scary.
It's very sad, like, because they're not they're not in community.
Yeah.
And they're stuck inside. Yeah. And there's a lot of depression, and they're alone, and
old
some of
people
their
are
family
not.
may or may not visit them, depending on their comfort level. Yeah. And with my grandma, I was worried to visit her. And when I did, I had a mask on, and I stood outside her.
Yeah, even if she's just like, I don't care, like, I've been through all this, or like,
I don't want to be
this will be
responsible
bad,
for
like, I'm
killing
not
you.
going to be, just because you think you're ready, you're all right with it, you don't care what happens, it's fine. Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine just, like, all that life stuff, like, plus, no,
I just hope when I reach that age that I will be that accepting. Be like, yeah, whatever kills me, kills me. Like, cool, I'm ready to go. Let's do it.
I feel like, I would do something kind of extreme. I don't know. I always say, I'm like, oh, if I'm that old, I'll just, like, do, I don't know, go, maybe not skydiving, but, like, I don't know. Take a bunch of acid or something. I don't know.
Have you been skydiving?
I haven't. I'm actually I have no desire to. I would maybe go bungee jumping or something. I don't know honestly, I think my old person hobby would be something like very banal, like birding, very chill. I don't know how many birding accidents there are that kill elderly people. So I don't know, maybe I probably won't do anything that crazy when I'm like 90 years old, but maybe. We'll see. But I'll be accepting if I do.
Are you familiar with Batty Winkle? On Instagram, I follow her. She's like this 90-year-old grandma that dresses in all these like rainbow outfits, and she's just like living the dream of life, and like I want to be that.
Yeah.
I want to be like her.
Yeah, it's full of like life and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
There are a couple of those like older women that just do full colors. Because the one that wears all yellow or something, I don't know who she is, but
dye the hair, gaudy jewelry.
Yes, girl, eccentric. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, I think that there's definitely some bad like ageism in the U.S. And, very apparent with like retirement homes and stuff and COVID and all of that. But like go be your best like most fabulous like 90-year-old like model self. Like be fabulous. It's cool to see like actual inclusion with like fashion stuff. I've seen a couple of like advanced in age like models in campaigns recently, and I'm just like, nice. I'm like, like this is actual like real inclusion. I think some brands for a while were like, oh, we have like some women who aren't all like the same size or whatever, but they're all still like white and like 20 or whatever. So I don't know. I know sometimes that inclusion stuff is like kind of pandering, but I don't know. That's a real person who's modeling and she's like getting out there, you know? So I don't remember her name either. Social media. Beautiful person in clothing. Some fashion thing. So.
Back to skydiving versus bungee jumping. So
Yeah.
I've skydived.
Okay.
But I won't bungee jump. And
I get
bungee
that.
jump,
Yeah.
but you wouldn't
I wouldn't
skydive.
skydive. Yeah. It's just weird because I get like the bungee cord could break, and that seems like more risky than like a parachute would. Right? Like that makes sense. There's just something I think maybe like animal in me that's like afraid of jumping out of a plane. Like that's just too much. Like that doesn't. I don't know. I'm like I don't think I could jump out. I mean the jumping part is hard even like on like a platform off like a cliff or whatever the bungee cord is, but there's something like more manufactured about it that's like there's a whole system and a harness and rope.
So when I went skydiving, I went tandem. So I'm attached to another person.
Yeah.
I trust that person. They've done like 2,000 plus dives.
True.
Like,
Yeah.
I don't think the odds, like he knows what he's doing. He's probably been through like worst case scenarios amongst those 2,000 dives. So I'm like, I trust this guy over a bungee cord.
That's true.
My fear with the bungee cord is if my body falls a certain way and it pulls me, it tugs me, I'm afraid that it might like pull my hip or like my back out of alignment, and then I have to deal with whatever injury is from that. But there's worst case skydiving scenarios where people don't land exactly the way they're supposed to, and they end up breaking knees and ankles because they come in too fast.
That's true. Which I guess is it's not that bad compared to like a whole
And there's a backup parachute, so you know if the first one doesn't work, just pull the second one and cross your fingers.
Yeah.
That was my biggest fear when I came out of the airplane.
That the parachute would fail.
So, like, I didn't jump out of the airplane. The guy that I was strapped to was like, okay, we're going. And he like shoved me out.
Well, I guess that would help. Like, that's my
Totally
main thing is
helps.
like the getting off the,
And then, like, we were falling and falling and falling. And what they tell you in training is that you're going to have the sensation that you're not getting oxygen at all. And that was exactly the sensation that I remember feeling as I was falling. I'm like, I can't feel like I'm breathing, but you're getting oxygen. It's just coming in your face at like, 165 miles per hour, right? Wow. Whatever terminal velocity is, right?
Yeah.
So you're falling, and then I remember there was a moment like he looked at his little thing, and then he pulled a ripcord, and then I was like, I hope to God this opens.
Yeah, because you're like, this is what.
That
was
the big thing that was scaring me. I hope the parachute opens, and then
you
after
see that in
we're good to go.
cartoons and stuff. Like that's always like when I don't know what like Bugs Bunny or the fuck's like, oh my god. Yeah. So yeah, that is the fear. But I guess if you have a backup one, there you go. That's comforting. But I'm sure it's terrifying if that had happened, where you're like, oh well, now we got to use the backup one, and that's already kind of like, was there a backup? That's when did you do that? Did you bungee jump? Or
Before I moved to Austin over 9 years ago. It's probably a decade ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I would. I really want to go hang gliding though. That seems really
See, that scares me.
I like being in. I think it's like the control, like feeling more in control helps, which is not doesn't apply to the bungee jumping. But as far as hang gliding goes, like the idea of like there's this like apparatus that you.
But do you have a parachute just in case like something happens to the hang gliding apparatus, or the wind
Yeah.
takes you and then like flips you and then like
It's possible,
worst case
yeah.
scenario, just
I don't
cut
know
loose
enough
and-
about it. I do know they do tandem, like when, like I think you have to do tandem unless you take like a class or something like first.
I just feel like hang gliding's more dangerous than
Probably.
jumping out of an airplane.
Yeah, it probably is. I mean, hang gliding seems like fun. You get to fly. You get to like hover. It's also just like the like plummeting.
I admire these people that are extreme sports. That they're just like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna jump off a cliff, cool, and
Like base jumping or whatever.
yeah, base jumping.
Yeah.
It's just insane.
The watching people do it is mind blowing. Where you're like what adrenaline, like what is that? Like I just can't imagine. Yeah, like that, the feeling of doing that. Like I'm sure they're like addicted to it at some point to be that.
Yeah.
Brave.
That, yeah. Now that you say adrenaline, like yeah, they're probably doing it for the love of the sport and
Yeah.
that high that they
Yeah.
get when they do it.
I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, what an alternate life to have. I'm like, what if I there's no way, like no timeline I can imagine in which I would become like an extreme, like a base jumper or something. From like Nebraska to the fucking cliffs. Like, what are we? We're not jumping off anything. We're gonna parachute. I don't know. But that would be, I don't know. It's fun to imagine like what would that lifestyle be like. Something like that, or like spelunking, or even just people who like extreme like climbers or mountain bikers or whatever, where it's just
I think there was someone who climbed El Capitan. I think that is that in Yosemite. Oh my god, I swear, like if I say words, people are like, no, that's not. No,
I know.
But I feel like someone like recently this year like climbed it without ropes,
Oh, wow.
and I think
Yeah,
they were
free
successful.
climb.
But that's just terrifying to
just
think
so
about
know. It's like,
people
what?
like scaling sides of mountains without any safety gear. It's like, yeah, if you mess up or something happens, rock breaks, you're done.
rock breaks. Yeah, right. And it's got to be some, I guess, yeah, maybe it's the adrenaline, like a feeling of like, it must feel really powerful, just like you know your body. Maybe they've climbed it before, like with the ropes. They really know
So many
it.
hours of experience
Yeah,
going to that. I
exactly.
don't think people just decide
Yeah,
to just climb the side of a
Or
mountain
they shouldn't,
without any
it's-
safety gear just
yeah.
because. No, they've literally, this is their career, like 20 years plus experience probably.
I
of
guess if you're
climbing.
doing it so much, at some point you're like, you trust the rock in your body enough to do it without the ropes, I guess.
Well, probably they've done it so many times with the ropes. They're like, I've never needed the rope the last 20 times I've done this.
Yeah,
so I might as well
exactly.
just- teach their own. Teach
That's
their
cool.
own adventures.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody does their own thing, and I admire all people who explore and express themselves however they need to.
Yeah.
It just blows my mind.
Yeah. If I ever go bungee jumping, I will I will tell you specifically. I'll let you know.
How it
You're
was.
like, all right, let's see if the cord works. That or hang gliding.
I think that moment of like jumping off would be like the most intense.
Yeah. I think that's what gets me. I've done a free fall one time on like a zip line thing, but it was very short. Like, it like catches you and you jump for a bit.
Where did you free fall off of? Where did you free fall off of?
It was like a platform that they had built or something. There's like a zip line course, and they have some machines that like you're on the harness and it catches you. So like you free fall for a bit, and then it'll like stop and it'll catch you safely, and then you go all the way down. I'm not sure how high it was. It couldn't have been like that much. You don't free fall for very long. But you can still feel it. It's like a body feeling when you're like, there's like nothing. Which is like a unique feeling. I did the indoor skydiving, so there's that.
Oh,
Less
neat.
adventurous, but
Did
I
you
have
get to
that.
do like flips and stuff and kind of like maneuver around? That's fun.
Yeah, exactly.
What was the scariest part about skydiving was just the plane ride up. Like, knowing the anticipation that we're going to fall off an airplane was the scariest part. Once I was out of the airplane, like, there's no time to be scared. You just go with it. Yeah. And it happens so fast. It's like 3 minutes. Like, not even. I think you free fall for like a minute, and then the chute opens, and you got 2 minutes down. Yeah.
Wow, yeah, I didn't think it was. I mean, it makes
just
sense.
happens too
It makes
fast.
sense that it was that fast, but yeah.
¿Cuántos
Oh
minutos?
man, on our time.
Got 5 minutes
From the
left.
show.
Hey, Ting,
Let's do Q&A. Do we have any questions from the audience?
Yeah,
So you've already talked about art. You've already talked about your soul. You talked about
Wow.
travel.
Were you listening?
Travel?
Yeah, where like places that you want to travel, things like that, or like why.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Or
Oh man, I don't know.
cultures that
There
you
we go.
pull from for art.
For art. I pull from Midwestern kitsch. my homeland, Nebraska. I don't know. Yeah, travel though could be something. Could be something there.
Have you traveled like outside the U.S.?
I haven't. No, I was about to right before a pandemic, and then yeah. So I have a flight credits, some money from Norwegian Air. I'm supposed to fly to London.
You need to take them up on that whenever
I
this is
know.
all
Whenever,
over with.
yeah, at some point. At some
You
point, I
owe me.
will. Yeah, I definitely want to. Yeah, it would be really cool. I haven't fully decided if I want to go the fine art route, but it'd be cool to have like a residency or like do like a work away or like something to like go to a place and then be there for a bit. So definitely thought about that. Have you been outside of the US?
So I traveled to London and Paris, and then I've been on cruises that have taken me to all the touristy spots in the Caribbean. But London and Paris stuck out to me in the sense that those cities are old, and you see the history. I remember going to the Tower of London. It was built like 1000 BC, but no, BC 80. God, I can't even get my time straight. Not BC, but 80. So 1000. So it was like over 1,000 years ago. And just to know that, like, this is the history that happened within these walls in this building, these knights, these kings,
so many things,
these murders and violence, and then learning about Anne Boleyn and the Tower and, like, how people were beheaded and tortured. And I remember going through the places where people were tortured and seeing the different devices.
Wow.
And and then seeing where people were housed in the tower and seeing their scratches on the walls and the evidence that they were there. And it was just really, really heartbreaking to experience that, to know that, like, yeah, you see this in television, you learn it in history books, but to actually experience it in that space, it was a very, very heavy experience for me. London, I also visited other wonderful places in London, not so much the tower. The tower was wonderful, but, like, it's just very hard place to experience. So I went to Paris, and the Palace of Versailles, the gardens were so immaculate and so beautiful. You just wander around and get lost, and the statues.
You imagine all the people promenading in the
Hall of Mirrors was so cool to just like stand there and just see your reflection, and then everyone else in the room too, because there's just tons of tourists. But it was just really cool to see history and to see all the artists' paintings on the walls, and we're looking at thousands of years of human history, and I love that experience. It was just so mind-opening to know that, like, we're old. And then you come to America, we're only like,
I know, there's not, it's harder to find,
like, we got old buildings here, but
exactly.
not that kind of old.
Yeah, not that kind of old.
So I think that's what I enjoyed about traveling. Not a whole lot of people get to experience that, because if they haven't traveled, but like when you do travel, like just experiencing different cultures and the history of like time and space, and like how our human ancestors have like experienced life, like it's really cool.
I feel like I want so much time. I don't know, I feel like I have to do some research, where I'm kind of happy that I didn't travel when I did, because now I'm like, all right, I feel like I'm being more intentional now. Like, I really want to be like, all right, where's I want to go, and I want to like be able to absorb, spend some time like thinking about like the history of the culture or whatever. And I don't know, it's cool to be there and then experience it there. But I feel like it does add something, like knowing what happened in these like really old buildings. Kind of like you can kind of feel it and think about like how many years of people have walked through there, but knowing about some of those like big events or whatever, it just like creates. You can put a name to the ghosts that are in the walls.
A place in the United States that I've wanted to travel to is Antelope Canyon. And you have to have a native guide guide you through. I think it's in northern Arizona. But like if you Google it and you see the pictures, you're like, oh yeah, I've seen those pictures. It's like the smooth, brown and red cave patterns where the light kind of like comes through. Yes.
It must be so quiet in there. I went to Joshua Tree semi-recently, and there's like a lot of like rocks to climb and like wander around. There are more like these boulders that are stacked up. But we walked through this like crevice within the boulders, and the sound is just instantly like deafened, where it's like all this like echo and just like the rock. And you can feel that, and I can imagine like walking through that like canyon where like the rocks, because you don't realize how spatial your hearing is until, especially in a desert, because it's like flat, empty, wide, everything's just like all sound, just like that. Once you like have like these rock sides right next to your ears, it's a dramatic, like a physical sensation. So I can imagine just how quiet and beautiful Antelope Canyon. Because I know the pictures that you're talking about.
And there's Havasupai Falls that's somewhere near there. That's this, I think it's a 10-mile hike in. and you can camp there for up to 2 days, but you have to make reservations like 6 months in advance or something. And like if you Google that too, like it's just beautiful. It's just this desert oasis. And that's another place that I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna eventually go to. I don't know if I ever will, but
I haven't explored much of the Southwest at all, and I'd really like to. Like, yeah, Arizona, Utah, New Mexico. Yeah.
Have you been out to California?
Yeah. I've been to LA, San Francisco, Joshua Tree. I've been to New Mexico actually, and so it was cool. I feel like we didn't do a lot of nature stuff. It was winter, so we went skiing, which was actually kind of scary. I had been before, but that particular mountain was like scary. Really had that sensation of like I could just like fly off. But it's really beautiful. But there's something about the classic red rock desert, like I don't know, like Moab and Zion. I'd really like to go to. So you could just drive. A lot of Texas to get through, but you can get there eventually.
12 hours to El Paso.
Yeah, all that West Texas to get through. Yeah.
Any other questions?
So Q&A from the audience. No.
Sorry. I mean to talk over you. I feel bad.
You're fine. No.
Any other questions from the audience? Maria's got one.
Yeah, like.
Should we repeat the question? I don't know. Yeah. So she asks if there's certain types of characters that embody your art. Did I get that?
That you embody.
That you try to embody when you're creating certain mediums or styles.
Yes, I think so. I feel like I want an example of like an art thing, like something that I've made that I could be more specific, or I can also just riff on that. I don't know. Do you have riff? Okay. All right. That I try to embody. It's weird because I don't think that I try to embody it. It feels like I'm kind of just like it's a headspace that I might be in, and like it in the end it kind of like feels like a character that I've embodied after like you've made the thing and it's there. Especially with like portraits. If I ever do a portrait of myself, it feels like making like an avatar or something, like an icon that I am like embodying a character of some sort. But I think when I'm in the process of making it, it feels more like a feeling, like you're more in the experience. So maybe the end result is embodiment of whatever that experience was, which could be a character. But I guess with animation, less from like fine art stuff, a lot of animators will film themselves moving as like a reference for like frame by frame animation and stuff like that. So you have to embody the emotion of like a character, like literally, in order to draw and understand their movement. So done that in the past. But yeah, I don't know.
Am I what? Forest fairy. Oh man. So if I could be very honest, my recent art exploration I call Sea Dreams. I did a mushroom trip. It wasn't a very heavy one. I stopped time, and it was the first time that I ever sat in a room and everything completely just kind of like woo, slowed down. I was like, what? Like, this is possible? Like, this can happen? Like, I'm experiencing this right now? Wild. So I think what happened in my brain is that new connections were made, and in that room was very colorful and very energetic and vibrant, and I feel like my brain remembered that moment in the sense that like it needed to express that feeling, and I think Sea Dreams itself is the embodiment of that expression of that moment that I felt when I stopped time. And not everybody gets to stop time, so I just thought that was a really like cool experience to have, like, and I wanted to share that with other people. So that is my Sea Dreams embodiment.
That's awesome. Yeah, I love that. clapping. There was like a sound that sounded like a clap, and I was like, how close are we time? Should we have applause?
I thought 5 minutes happened like 10 minutes ago. Are we done yet?
Time is relevant.
Have y'all been listening?
You stopped time.
I did stop time.
How'd you guys feel it?
Did you fall in love?
Cool.
Not to.
Well, this is fun. I've never done a live streaming interview.
I'm ready for
And
real for TED Talks, like interviews now. Like I feel like we just had like a little like I didn't know what it was like.
Yeah.
There
What
you
would
go.
we call it?
Sea dreams. I don't know. I don't take your name, but that'd be cute. I don't know.
I call it the mushies.
The mushies. Yeah, there you go. I like that. It's like
Let's eat the mushies.
feels and mushies. Windy mic sessions.
What?
Windy mic sessions.
Yeah, yeah. The wind stopped now.
It did. Yeah, actually, it was pretty. It's
crazy.
It's good. Good sound quality. Well.
So we're just gonna sit here and be awkward until we're telling them hello.
They said we're good.
Oh, we're good. We're not live streaming no more. All right, good.
Goodbye.
That was a long hour. It was great talking.
I can't believe it. The poison ivy thing is just such a fun, like, random ass coincidence that
I feel so bad. Like,
I just wish you'd been there the day before, but it's still good to know because I would have kept touching it. Like,
yeah, I feel like a few other people at Art Island also touched the same tree, and so they got poison ivy too.
One of my friends got poison ivy as well. Yeah, I feel bad because I was like, I hope the mirror. I hope me putting the mirror there didn't cause it.
Did you wipe down the mirror when you took it down, like sanitize it?
Yeah, because that sounds good.